I am. I can barely move my head to look at chat. Okay. I wanted to stream much earlier, you know, but whatever. I couldn't move my head. Yeah, well, the one I said that was the miscue. Yeah, well, that's every day for me, you know. I didn't even register. Okay. FF16 Plus. Yeah, what a life. Oops, sorry, I was muted. I was explaining how I got my neck destroyed. I said I think I woke up from my pillow because I was sleeping on the side. I woke up from my pillow using my neck, I think, and it destroyed. And then sharp pain the entire right side of my head. So I think I just stood up too hard. Oh shit, I got a lot. So now I have to... Well, I thought I had rest day. When are my rest days? This was on rest day. What the fuck is 6... So it's the cycle starts the 19th. Oh, so now it's going to be rest days. So I cannot do anything. I have to prep up for the next season. Oh. Hello Koda, how's it going? Hello. I just find a way to like put chat more closer to my monitor because I cannot move my head. I wanted to stream so much earlier, but I was... Oh my god, I have to do this. Oh, it's time. You can't gulul my judges. Speak better of my king. Do not besmirch his name. So funny because I wanted to stream earlier so that if people wanted they could watch me play through 7.3, but I'm starting at the time I ended my stream last time, bro. Whatever. Oh, I need an item. I don't know, I'll do 2 of each, whatever. I don't know anything about island stuff. Have you seen they're changing the free trial of FF11? À toi. Well, in FF14 is goated with the sauce. Ah, he's like a boss. I don't know much about FF11, I have to be honest. I don't even know all the jobs that you can have. I know you can like subclass or something. Seems to me it's watered up. I think that's because it's raining. What does that mean? They're mad. Mamulja King. He's the Dawn servant in this game, which is basically the king of everyone in the Western continent. So I guess you could say that secretly if Dawntrail is also the FF11 expansion, I guess. Oh no, I have to feed them now. Okay, what does this do? Popoto and Gabay. Oh! It just gives me premium. It's not going to be unique. Okay. Hello Hodgar, how's it going? Hello! Yeah, the trial was insanely limited, bro. It's like 2 weeks or something. Here they said you could play until like you reach level 75. No restriction. Okay, so if I use Premium Island Green Feed, they should be happy, right? Ghostwire Tokyo, I like that game a lot. I liked it a lot for virtual tourism. Visiting Tokyo, Shibuya. Et it's like super accurate, so... Gueulou le PLS. What, play what? FF11? Yeah, well, I have time. Oh, Forza. Also in Tokyo. Okay, I mean, unless I spend like 2 hours gathering stuff for the workshop, I think I'll do it on my own time. So I think I've done everything I wanted. Well, I wanted to upgrade stuff, but I've... Oh. Turns out I did upgrade. Like what, the first Forza? Yeah, there is a Screamer game. Well, I didn't know anything about Screamer until that game came out, I have to be honest with you. Okay. Let's do the story then. Well, I have to apologize to someone. Okay. Like what, visual upgrade of Forza Horizon? Are you playing it on Series X X Enhanced? Yeah, now it's anime-styled racing game, Screamer. I do want to play it at some point, I guess. One X Enhanced. I actually wanted to buy a cheap used Xbox One X just for Ninja Gaiden 2 OG. But then I heard that even the One X cannot handle pristine 60 FPS. Like it will drop down. But honestly, maybe I should settle for less, you know? Like, I'm not going to buy $600 for a Series X, right? That's too much. Just so I can play backwards compatible games. Gelul! My king. The best of us. Anil. Shell has been out of sort ever since we got back. I don't think she liked what Calix said, but don't worry, I'll do my best to cheer her up. I've passed on a short version of events to our comrades so I can all prepare for a change ahead. Dude, I cannot reach my keyboard because my neck hurts. It's a shame that punching an endless does no damage. I'd love to arrange that serene face of his. The situation isn't the best out there, but at least you've come back to us safe and sound. It's time to put an end to this. Calix won't stop until we stop him. Man, I'm really sorry. I really wanted to stream this early. But then, yeah, my neck snapped when I stood up from my bed. I literally have to play with my head tilted to the left. Then I will brief Terranville on everything that has happened and set words to others. They will now be to consider what our next actions will be. Calix has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, we have little choices. If we are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of a mesoterminal, then that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, I nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calix, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other sphin I may have become, but most importantly, for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It has always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. If things take a grim turn, I keep you safe. Now that's something for Uklama to say, you know? To her girlfriend. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well, you know my reasons. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Saiyans also have every intention of accompanying you in battle. So adamant were Alice and the others on this point that we already have left for living memory. I am more than ready to do the same. I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. Gulul. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. That he's like literally the wisest sage in the room. Oh then Krile and I think that we should talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calix's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly, we don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course. But either way, living without a word is the wrong thing to do. Come, we should go on our way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe everyone, we'll see you when it's over. I'll do whatever I can to help Terranville. It may not be much, but small things add up when you do enough of them. He is my king. As I said, I'll be ready and waiting if and when you have need of me. Just make sure you come back in one piece. One piece? Even people from my village have taken to wearing neo-regulators. I can only hope it doesn't end badly. Don't you be letting up now, you hear? Let your passion carry you to a better end. Patient. Passionné. Disquieted citizen. I finally got my hands on a neo-regulator and then came this close to crashing into a hover cargo. The day I become endless can't come soon enough. I only hope that I live that long. I'm sorry, bro. You're not going to become an endless, I'm telling you. Government officials must be fielding demands from all quarters. I do not envy Gosan his position. The air is thick with a sense of unease, not least around Gosan himself. I see Gosan's wearing a neo-regulator. I have some thoughts to share on the subject, I'll wager. Oh shit, he's gonna be mad.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern...
What the fuck?
And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating Endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start.
Yo! Somewhere from the outskirts.
For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them.
Dude, this guy he went from being
The people beyond
annoying
the barrier,
to a
even
goat.
The Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help.
Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Damn, he said fuck this.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is.
She got sussed.
No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I promise to return.
I like the depth of field effect.
And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
Nice. Who are you? Hello, remember me, the hunter from Thunder Yards? It's been a while, but we met when you first arrived in the dome. Yes, I remember you. We went talking with Lee Fender and the others, and thanks to some very convincing arguments, we've come around to the idea that we need to start taking responsibility for the future of our nation. There are those like us who rely on regulators for their work, and others who aren't quite ready to give up what they have, but we all share a desire to make things better. She was the hunter. That showed us the regulator, how it worked. I'm glad we are able to hear the will of Alexandrian people. Now it falls to us to see the rest of it through. Sphene must be overjoyed to be so welcomed by her countrymen. For their sake, we need to bring her back safely. It's a relief to be freed from my decision. Until I had removed my regulator, I hadn't realized quite how heavy it weighed up on me. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, a stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Ghost, and that decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could make the courage to do so. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens, and their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the registration from reaching the target number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it will be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. I surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. Ah, that does sound like something Calix would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point in delaying the inevitable. On to living memory. Guess it's time to get to the Meso Terminal, again.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Sweet. That's so sweet. Okay. Wait, maybe you could see Renville on the way. No? I figured maybe you could see them somewhere. Oh shit, that's sick. Okay, let's go then. Coming here reminds me of my parents, of the courage they gave me. Seems I feel analyze what I want to explain to Koana or need to enter the cenote. Here just to be extremely careful, of course. I had scarcely awakened here when I fell unconscious. Now I can fully enjoy the gentle silence on this place. It brings tears to my eyes. Last time I had to wait in the cenote, but there's nothing to stop me from joining this fight. We've all been so busy, it seems an age since last we gather in such a manner. I must say we do make for a formidable group. It is good to rejoin you. I needed to step away briefly that I might make arrangements for a certain precautionary measure. Oh. Coming here reminds me of my parents, so the courage they gave me. Okay. Oops. It is good to see our comrades hailed and geared for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, except for the Meso Terminal itself. Why, what's happened to the Meso Terminal? So excited for this part. Sus. The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into a structure interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calix has since manipulated the terminal's electrop. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept. For the sake of all who love Alexandria, I will not yield nor leave them to despair. A terminal invitation. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Shall we make our way to a terminal? We won't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. You did it recently, right, CodeFX? And now you're ready for Evercold. You did 7.3 recently, I mean. Dispatch. Oh, okay. What a place. Oh shit, there's a door. An endless existence for the evolution of mankind. I understand what he strives for, but not what drives him to do so with such ruthlessness. If it hadn't occurred to me that one might physically enter the terminal, although I suppose it makes sense when you think about it. A structure for creating endless would have required maintenance administered by corporeal hands. When we shut down all the minor terminals, we watched as the endless faded away. I do not believe that was a performance stage to deceive us. As for the meso terminal, however, it had already grown dark by the time we had returned from virtual domain. While I am loath to admit it, it is possible its true appearance was hidden from us in our absence, which is why we must bring this start to its denouement by our own hand. I remember little of my awakening, the paralysis yet lingered, and my eyes could barely focus. Living memory is steeped in the devastating ether of the nymph. This pervasive energy must be what the terminal utilizes as a power source. So this is where the former queen's memories were stored, and she herself tried to erase them. Even as an endless, her resolve was so strong that she would kill her heart to become the cold machine she believed she needed to be. Bah. Okay. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing. It thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Did you an Xbox forever? Hey Edin, how's it going? I'll get Project Helix for Rebirth.
That is one giant pussy.
Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface... Also congrats on getting the 1% sub alert. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface much remained the same. For that I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia and their Royal Knights, who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. Thank you for the sub. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. A real queen's speech. So let us make our stand together, and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve his people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. We'll rise to a challenge that the Endless Fiend could not. That we shall. Her wish to see Alexandria endure is one I am happy to fulfill. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We will not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm nor claim the key. Digit says you are a really pretty band boy, thank you. Thank you, I'm really happy to hear that. One day I'll be as pretty as Renville. The Queen entrusted it to Denham for good reason, and besides it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution that he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso terminal now accessible. This is basically the conclusion of Dawntrail. The X.3 patches is what concludes an expansion story. I'm gonna see who I'm going to take. There's like a lot of people here. I really do think you take on too much for too many people, and yet it's never a wrong choice. The Queen gave you the key for a reason, so I'll be damned if I let Krile steal it. I gotta get Ishtola with me. Krile's scheme to forfeit flesh to gain immortality caused Thomas VR. Not that informing him of our fate would do much to dissuade him. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire. Such was my reply to Ea's warnings, so I know a little something of refusing to listen save when confronted with incontrovertible proof of my error. You're right, Ishtola. The Alexandria of today has seen countless lives come and go. Mother Serf took their grief and fear and rage upon herself in service to her kingdom. Around me are gathered those willing to give their all to fulfill the promise they made to her. How can I do any less? Alexandrians must be free to believe that more than sadness awaits them, that tomorrow can be better than today. A true regal speech. As the Wolf resolve or even as just a comrade, I see myself making a lot of promises. I mean to honor every last one of them, starting with the oath I swore to Endless Fin. Even if just a memory, I want to think of her smiling at that promise kept. Promise kept. It is beyond knowing how Krile has advanced his plans for endless conversion for the past 400 years. I do know, however, that pursuing an objective for lengthy spans requires an unyielding will, especially when that objective entails changing the world as we know it. Krile is a foe possessed of both considerable focus and resolve. We would do well to recognize him as such. If my parents were indeed executed by preservation, for me this will not only be a fight for the greater good, this will be justice. If I'm to add an addendum to grandfather's account of the Golden City, then let it be a rousing good one, eh? We have no idea what Krile may have planned for us. Alice and I have prepared for every eventuality, but still. Nay, you must be free to lead our charge unhindered by doubt. As you press onwards, we shall guard the flanks.
Victory will be ours.
I stand ever ready.
I too can fight.
I wanted Ishtola with me, but I cannot not have Sphine, who is a zoomonster.
Victory will be ours.
Sorceress.
Let's give it our all.
Red Mage.
I won't let you
Pictomancer.
down. I too can fight.
This zoomonster. I have no idea. But yeah, let's go. That's good enough. I wanted Ishtola with me, but she cannot be a healer this time around. Yeah, whatever. It's good enough. The Meso terminal. Hell yeah. The Golden City.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
So this is what it looks inside. This is a different floor to where I was in stasis. This looks insane. Wait, I need my hot bars. Come on, Wook! Yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's some dub. There's some wub in that music. Okay. Boom. I should try to do a full skill speed Viper and see how funny it gets. The issue is that there's diminishing returns if you put too much skill speed, unfortunately. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning expecting imbalance, this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the living sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face. Oh. Oh, you queued for this fight, oh.
I've created a new endless for you. Not all a warrior.
I don't know if you saw me, but I did a duty where I had to fight Gulul Jajar, like his ghost.
And so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
What? What happened? And the trust killed me with puddles. Oh.
Allow me.
It was not even a trust thing, it was a story battle. Yeah, that's what I feel because I wasn't looking, so I was like, what's happening? Hold still. I don't want to die, don't let me die. So I hésite like Alexandra's castle. Create a new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but we will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here I shall prepare the stage for battle. Okay. Privacy reasons. Yeah, it's nice for Krile to be so considerate. Ooh, first boss.
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Damn, that's fucked up. That's the same model as that one ancient in Abyssos. Look for example to employ medicines with application of harm. I will protect my patients. Oh shit. Oh no. Let me hit me with ibuprofen. Oh, what the fuck? Oh! Okay. Biochemical front. What? I got drugged!
Allow me.
That's nuts, okay.
Allow me.
I see. You just have to keep track of yeah. It's fine. It's not as complex as I thought it was going to be. Yeah, I thought it was going to be more treacherous, so I was like, what is the trap here? But no, it's fine.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
My people. Another one of those terminals. According to Master Krile, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electro-technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have in fact already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind, as we know it, has taken a great leap forward. Huh. Evil experiments. Nice. Ok. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ouais, ou Clamat. I just spam the Awaken. You know, I've done so many Trust dungeons that when I do like player dungeons, you know, with like actual players.
A prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
I'm shocked at like how fast it goes in comparison. Can you guess at prisons?
Hold on.
Alright. New cellmates, is it? Oh, you cannot check them. Hee hee hee. Imagine being an endless and you're just a guy in prison. You're like, what the fuck? What did you preserve me for? Do you guys have anything to say? Huh? Is that a guillotine?
Executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Oh, friends mentioned. Big lads, and there are 4 of them. Oh shit. Okay.
Your sentence is death.
What?
How long can you defy it?
Shane, what the fuck did you do with the midnight?
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Okay. That is a pretty cool concept. I feel like it's the first time I did something like this in a dungeon. Oh my god, I didn't expect this was going to be the AoE. Oh, watch out! Oh, watch out! What? Okay, good one. Good morning, Kitandel.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it?
How's it going, Kitandel?
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Okay, I need to focus. Dude, every time I... No! I didn't know that, like... I didn't know, like, you would get put back.
Allow me.
Alexandrians were fucked up, bro. Oh, I think they have different mechanics depending on the role that you have. That's sick. Can I help you? Oh, you can just go in. The trust are not helping. Okay.
Beginning to tire.
They said let's fin.
Why did you continue on?
Complete our trial. Krile is sick. That's the first time I did something like this, I'm pretty sure. You would only see this like with alliance parties. Oh, the gear. And I get the battery instead. Hello. Beat Hal Reborn and just won Magic the Gathering. Holy. Did you use your FF14 cards? We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a special electro device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calix remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's ether reserves while granting eternal life to an individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data, the endless ruby beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. No divorce, no divorce.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers. Protect your kingdom.
Fuck off. I'll not die here. That's Alexandria, no? Oh yeah, you had to go through Praetorium and yeah, Castrum Meridianum. You know that before these dungeons were like 8 people and you could skip cutscenes? So like the experience before was like that every new player would get left behind by all the experienced players and they would do everything. And the new players would still be on the first boss, that like on the first cutscene, that like everyone just completed everything and they wouldn't have to play the game. It was so miserable. And it was my experience when I played. Dude, this is in FF9. This is the theater, the bar. Please keep it safe. I guess it's with a storm surge. Yes. Okay. Whoa. We've climbed pretty high. This is a... Oh, okay, I thought this was an arena.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Oh shit, this is like all the memories. Oh.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
Huh. This is the memories of Alexandrian when they face death. Immortal remains. So kinda like Darkness. No, in English it's Necron.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge.
Oh shit. Organic power points in the middle of a fight. Oh shit. Wait, hold on.
Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Allow me.
Okay. Oh shit. This side, this side.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
I think the best way would be here.
The light is dimmed with every blinding flash.
They're telling us a story with this fight. That's nuts.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Jesus. That is very, very cool. Shit! Yeah, that's the only way. Sven, what are you doing? Okay. Whew. That was fun. These were the coolest boss mechanics so far. Hello? We see this to the end. My countrymen, your memories will carry me onward. Bon. This experience, des mieux Calix, ça sert à décider, we must push on. Memories of fear and terror. Okay. It's hard to get them to speak. Told me the gear is good. But you cannot die. Huh. It is pretty cool. It's weird that you cannot die. Are we sure? I guess we really cannot color them, I guess. Okay, let's go. What? No.
Sven? The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
He better put on a good show.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted.
No copy-paste. Okay.
We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Damn.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order.
Nerd!
This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
He said I'm fixing that bug.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it.
You're not a part of my world.
I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What the fuck?
What now?
What?
What?
Jump scare!
What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail,
They are praying. They are making a primal. They're summoning Necron.
Allow me to introduce it to you.
They're fucking summoning Necron.
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register.
Is he going to sacrifice 5,000 people?
Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator.
That's evil to like kill Alalafel, but he's so small. He cannot defend himself.
The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back!
Oh, he just got robbed. It's
I
okay.
don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
So they're all praying.
Remember now. Remember your fear.
He got 5,000 prayers. He's summoning a primal.
That terror will carry you across the threshold. Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the...
They're being tempered!
What's going on?
You got lucky, you got robbed, bro. He's actually the luckiest man in the world. This is the final boss film of FF9. This is Necron.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
Necron. This is the stage of Necron. Oh shit.
What is that?
Oh shit.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques? Keep these close.
So I was right. Oh, the warding charms for tampering.
Deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
I didn't think we would come back with a primal after so long. Wait, I didn't know Necron was kinda bad though. After all these years.
You mean to stand against me?
I mean to win, the key will never be yours.
That remains to be seen.
So Necron is going to cast a Grand Cross. Oh shit. The Ageless Necropolis. Oh! Dun, 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 dun. Oh, she's kinda bad though. What the fuck? I didn't know Necron was like that, you know? An abundance of lighting would indeed obviate the need for crystals. I should like to know when Skalix came by this summoning knowledge. Yeah, you know, kinda sexy, you know? I don't care if that thing is a waking nightmare, let's send it back into the darkness then. As I feared, I was right to bring spare warding scales. Against the threat of a primal, we must take advantage of every warrior we can field. The summoning ritual alone made my blood run cold, like I was halfway to becoming a corpse. What is he saying? That the fears of everyone Alexandria gave birth to this horror? It all finally makes sense. Those mechanical rampages were not orchestrated solely for the purpose of harvesting ether. They were intended to heighten the collective fear of death, that the primal manifested by the people's terror would be that much more powerful. So it is a primal which embodies the concept of death in all its terror. He has been manifest and most troublesome foe. Oh, there's a NAD, I'm sorry. Well, we can wait for the... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's no way he could have known about primals if an Ascian wasn't involved. I don't think it was Ascians that he brought up a primal summoning, right? Immortal remains. Clive Rosefield. Now that's the boss of the dungeon. Krile is created this amalgamation of memories from recollections stored in Meso Terminal. Empowered by electro devices installed in his chamber, this massive entity was able to manifest shared experience as physical phenomena and employ them in devastating attacks. It's going to be fun. Okay, the AD should be done now. Yeah, I'm going to use trust. Do you want me to queue with people? There's no way I can find anybody in at 8 AM. Hell yeah, okay. No, go trust, okay. And to think I'll be able to play this in a million hours. Qui t'en veut. Let's go to FF11 together instead. If you die, you die. That is Necron. Oh shit. She's so sexy, dude.
Those who obstruct
Necron.
evolution
What?
shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
I'm totally expecting a Grand Cross. Yo, that's me.
You are bound by the limits
What?
of flesh. It will betray you.
Okay.
Drag them to their graves. There.
What? Okay, I understand now. Memento Mori. What?
Is upon you.
That's a big tank buster. Huh?
Perhaps this.
Soul Reaping.
Kill them.
You fuckers. You baited my ass. You vais trop de ça.
Bothersome.
Okay, well, whatever, man.
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
That is Gun Cross. What the fuck?
I will reduce you to ether.
Notre ring! I was concerned I would not survive this with 3 event stack. Rising Fear of Death, okay.
I will not hold back.
Help?
Brace yourself.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit.
Darkness of Eternity.
The endless darkness engulfs you.
Holy. Hold fast to reason. What? 30 seconds, 30 seconds, I got doomed! I'm climbing back up to the light! Send me to heaven! Whew.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There.
This side, this side, this side.
Those who do not resist death
Okay.
deserve it.
What does it mean? Okay, I'm dead.
I am prepared for you. Kill them.
What? Inside. Outside. Inside. Okay. Okay.
There.
No.
You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
No, łukam macy.
Kill them. Fear empowers fear.
Another Van Cross. Okay. Why did I take some Omega damage?
Reduce you to ether.
Okay.
Those who do not resist death.
I need to do the extreme of this. 100%.
I am prepared for you.
What?
Kill them.
That was outside. That was. Okay. I will never remember this in extreme, bro. Holy! That was insane. Fortunately, Calix underestimated that I am the Primal Slayer. We've beaten you, Calix. Calix has nothing left to throw at us. Is that truly the end of it? We did it! Something doesn't feel right. A primal of all things. Dude, I didn't think I would ever fight Necron again in FF14. That's kinda crazy. That was a lot of fun.
Is it over?
Now, the memory bank.
A shield?
It's shielded.
They got a firewall.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means.
You tried for 2 patches in a row, bro.
But I anticipated as much.
What?
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
Oh shit, now I have to fight the extreme to continue the story.
feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
We have to give that primal the will to live.
God damn you.
Inject Sphin into this.
Manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is?
Oh, my neck.
You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
Yeah, but not this way, bro.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Calyx. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind.
I love how I'm still
I
standing.
know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
She's gonna do a speech to end all speeches.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast?
I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn.
I hope they're listening.
And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation.
She's rapping.
Eliminate her.
Firefly, do something. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Uklama, do something. Hell yeah.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
He's going to another data center. Let's do something.
Leave the primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
It's going too late for faster queues. Damn. Let's go, Clamor, let's go! Let's go! Hell yeah. Pique la mat. Damn, Alice went crazy a red mage combo on her.
The others.
Hell yeah. Leave it to me, Wuklamat. That was sick! I mean, 99% is basically 100%, you know? Man, Wuklamat went crazy. I'm supposed to hate this character, by the way.
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayoro and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Oh. She did for her two girlfriends.
Lamati.
Sphene and Endless Sphene. That was sweet. In here I'm hitting a pause at the end. It's finally over. I believe Calix was working to transfer his memories at the end there. But he vanished at the exact moment the device exploded. We must have stopped him just in time. Okay, well, if it, if it helps you sleep at night. After doing that last blow, I had a drop of ether left to spend. Thank you for seeing it through to the end. Phew, it is good to be out of that terminal, but what of you? No injuries or lingering ill effects? Let us bask in the victory a moment, shall we? We can take stock once we've had the chance to recuperate. She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Okoana. He has made arrangements to convey her home, by which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Her brother... of course Koana would go rushing for Uklamat. Oh, Uklamat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. And once you had the barrier down, you saw to it that Calix stored memories were just stored along the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more après. No longer will Calix dictate the course of our people. No longer will our grief be locked to we are forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of the Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. When we are rested and ready, we shall have to conduct a full investigation into how Calix came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are never far. And we must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until the Koana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shell en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Shall we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into Everkeep. I expect I shan't be waiting long. After hearing of Lamati's injuries, Koana sounded fit to launch himself here by Siege Engine. They put Koana in a cannon. He's ready to traverse all the shards and go to a nymph. Boom. It's like, what the fuck? What happened? I was able to speak with Shell and Erenville. I'll share the news with everyone in just a moment. I have given Sphene an abridged explanation of Primos and their unfailing influence. Too much detail would overwhelm her. Thank goodness, things are much calmer than I anticipated. No signs of recent violence. The soldiers have been behaving at least. Denham, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seems untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Finn. Erenville and Shell have brought me up to speed. First off, just had a good fear. Those who adopted the new regulator appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, I have not shown any hostility towards other. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Haha, Krile, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to the head with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, might I suggest you look on the people you fought so very hard to save? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as our allies. But who taught him how to summon primals? It has never been easy for me to explain primal summoning to the layman in a clear, concise manner, but it is a skill I must tune if I am to uphold the students of Bad Legion's good name. Once I've had a look around, I'll go and assist with treatment of the enthralled. We'll have to mobilize Angelo and all his siblings. Boxies. Let Raha and I brief the officials on what to expect. I think Sven might like to have you nearby for a little while longer. If every person who was equipped with a new regulator was affected, we will have no less than 5,000 patients. Even with an army of trained mages, rehabilitation may take many moons. And yet this is a best case scenario. The fact that we even have the capability to exercise a primal's influence would have been unthinkable not so long ago. Yeah, 5,000 patients is crazy. Huh? Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. And why not speak with Mahusa? She walks the fields at UPS Hollow not far from here. As one of you who came to see her before a clash with Calix, she will surely be glad to know you are safe and sound. What an excellent idea. I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Krile. Erenville and Shell were both relieved to learn of our victory. I could practically hear the tension drain out their voices, especially Shell's. She was quite worried for us. Sven's identity will not remain a secret much longer. Her message touched the hearts of people throughout the kingdom. Oh, so this is the place where Mahusa works. Back in Resolution, she seemed most interested to learn about me, yet I would be glad to learn much more of them as well. Look who it is! Good to see you again, hale and healthy. Hey, I'm sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The new regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Peppo Ane was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry, with proper treatment we'll soon have everyone back to their normal selves. I sure am glad to hear that. I'd like to not lose any more friends, if it can be helped. I also hear that the Queen Sven who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. Sus. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it, if I understand things correctly. Then we owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We are alive because of you, and while we live and breathe, our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope, for me, for everyone. Now really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Peppo and the others, and the outskirts need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach Sheruna how to use the proxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating living sickness as well. Wonderful, I shall petition Gosan to spread the word. Guys, what did you think of this sequence? It was pretty good, right? I'm glad that they brought Necron. Our Outskirts tour is cancelled with him. I wish the Necron music was not orchestral, but like some rock, metal, progressive rock, like the original. By the way, Dena Malfino told me that Koana arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliolol. Maybe for the Ultimate, in 10 years. Necron Ultimate, they're going to have a primal version. Alfino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily. So between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a man to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Gululja? Of course. According to Shell, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over the drift downs in Wiferenville. If you ask Tapu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in their general direction. I wish Gululja had someone like Otis to help him. I know that voice, and happy I am to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Gululja, are you? He was here asking if he needed help with anything, or if you had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for a moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of Old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. Gululja is a precocious child, but a child nonetheless. He needs our guidance and support. Denham, how? Came in search of us, did you? You didn't have trekked all the way out there, but it's good to see you. Alice gave us the broad strokes, and Koana had some choice words as well.
Oh, welcome back!
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
In more ways than one.
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do?
What are you saying,
bro?
bro?
I was useless, even with the king's authority.
What?
If I were strong, more people might still be alive.
I'm gonna cry. No, don't say that, boy. You're my liege.
Weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
My king! My king!
Good for you, Kululcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
You'll beat me in an instant, bro. Yeah, to lift a blade, then he wants to spar already. He is Gulu Jaja's grandson, alright. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me, and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fun idea. Everyone's been working hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I expect Shell and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Otis sword has seen better days. I'll ask Eno to fix it when I'm big enough to wield it. As for my father's weapons, they were found in the Sky Deep cenote. I wonder if he ever intended for me to have them. Oh, so he left those swords behind. I have no plans to move on just yet. One of the afflicted is an old friend, and I want to stay close while the treatments are ongoing. Guluja will be the best. You're heading to the back room. Oh, we had the same idea, I see. I thought it might be nice to catch up with our Oblivion friends before we delve into the more serious matters with the city officials. Denham! Oh, thank the stars you're safe. I heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. Welcome back. We have so much to thank you for. Oh. Final quest of 7.3. Now that everyone's back, I say we pause a moment to savor what we've accomplished. No Guloja plushie on the store, what the fuck are they doing? We've been through much in these past days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kafkiwa and Geod would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling our purpose has somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. have a preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further investigation. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Kyle's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel were only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Cher's next expedition to the 10th level. Right, I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Raha to answer their barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from Containment Complex 1029 and locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up fighting, however, it's like to take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Our break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you like. Say a word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? It will likely be some time before the city returns to normal. You may choose to remain in the back room and watch over the proceedings. Oh, okay. So, multiple days are going to pass. I don't think there's anything to check, right? Am I good to just let time pass? Should be fine. Several weeks? Is that the biggest time jump in the entire fucking story of a game?
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more.
Working and chilling in a cafe.
The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, Restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants. This reignited the discussion surrounding mortality, as people continued to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves.
This guy led the nation for like 100 years, by the way.
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sveen, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sveen from another time.
Yes!
Character development.
I'll see you soon.
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives. The Taral which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle, A sudden gust, often the bearer of challenging trials. But so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
That bandit. Pas cool. The cool, pas cool.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel then.
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful.
She's worried about her girlfriend.
I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Oh, that's her.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is. Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teaching similar to that of the Yokui. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. Or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
We do, but cool.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course.
Oh, we are restoring the place!
Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sveen? Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Huh?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates.
FFXIV abysmal dog shit. What? What?
On your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment.
Reading
longer,
this would my entire
so
day,
she helped
bro.
me sneak out of the palace.
Hello, Scarzero.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on.
FF5 is also very epic. It's a great game. I wish to replay it one day.
I'm responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
This means for like 1.5 years, the zone was like this.
Very well then. I leave these tasks
until like 7.3, and then you activate the place. That's cool. Start soon. The last time I did one was like 10 years ago, I think. Odgar. That's crazy. every year I'm like, yeah, I should redo it again, and then I don't do it because I'm fucking lazy fuck. I'm gonna miss this place looking like this. It looked pretty cool, but it's also going to look very cool when it's reactivated.
right, everyone?
There's a 4-job fiesta subset in retro achievements. Wow. It's back up again.
Was the sight we saw no more than a trick of the light?
Oh!
Or was it a gift? The terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now. In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossin. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria. Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
Yeah.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Guja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Guluja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just yet.
The voices of the past will be your guide.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
Oh my god, my neck.
For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people. With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my foremost purpose, I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Shippers won. So the place is back up. We shall walk the difficult road together as Wu Klamat has assured us. So Sphene is to see the throne once more. She may have questioned her claim, but Alexandria's citizens have made their things known. A new Alexandrian queen has risen. 'Tis an occasion worthy of grand celebration. This great nation is said to become an ever greater one. How fortunate we are to be here and witness this turning point in its history. Gululja was also of the opinion that Sphene should become the Queen of Reason. He will be delighted to hear that she has accepted the role. Thank you for your kind encouragement, Denham. Wu Klamat is right. Ours will not be an easy road. But with your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. And Tuliolol will be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. I'll make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Koana's nose like this time. The voice of resolve and reason will both come and we can discuss our futures together. I look forward to it. Shall we begin the journey home then? I expect some confusion among the citizens with restored memories, and I will be present to offer them aid. Well, I believe this marks the end of tomorrow as guide. I was intending to accompany Wu Klamat back to Tuliolol. But what are your plans, Denham? Didn't you have other matters yet to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Koana has been waiting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, he hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us or I'll never hear the end of it. Never hear the end of it. Denham, what told me you were coming? How long has it been since I last walked these streets? Maybe I spent too long in Solution 9, but the city seems livelier than it ever was. It's good to be home, thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Lance Guard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolol for a while. We believe in you, Gululja, and whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. He did the thing. Oh dear, our vow of reason is out of sorts. Can you blame me, Lamati? You were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Gululja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Koana, I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean everyone already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. My days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. It all turned out for the best. The former queen really did love our people. It's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. Without that love as a foundation for the whole, the new queen will be a font of hope. With that love as a foundation of the whole, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's no better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back there, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend I fully understand the workings of the key of the reflection, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calix without you. No fulfilled my promise to Endless Fiend. Thank you, Denham, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again at Tuliolol. You'll always be welcome here. It's time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangements, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. I am hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolol, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved in the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Denham. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. And it's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something I need to think about till I'm older. But my father's authority did pass to me, so until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Gulolja, and you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. My liege. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sven and the others. Nod. I won't just vanish over the horizon, I promise. I'll let you know before I leave on my journey. Whatever burdens I must carry, I will, and I'll become stronger for it, just you watch. I'll visit Shell and everyone as often as I can. There's still so much I want to learn from them. I intend to make a formal diplomatic visit to Alexandria in the near future, and express my gratitude to those who have watched over Gulolja. What? No. Patch over soon. I need to give a full account of what happened here to Krile and the others. That said, Destinian may prove difficult to track down. We observed no complications of the memory restoration thus far. Thank goodness for small mercies. You've had a busy time of it, Warrior of Light. Take advantage of this lull while you may. When did Erenville leave Alexandria? Don't tell me he's embarked on some far-flung expedition without saying goodbye. I hear Gulolja has packed his bags and left to train to Leolol. Oh, I suppose you would have seen him while you were there? There are still those who can decide they want their memories back. I said I would restore mine after things calm down, but the truth is I'm not sure I'm even ready. So we'll make this a gradual process, and give everyone the time they need to prepare, myself included. Denham, you're here! We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must show its spear on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is or was a nation of a nymph will cause some consternation. It may smooth introductions where the signs were to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sven, FRS leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alfino report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. I had other news. Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of our keep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journeys beyond the clouds. Seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place our prayers may be heard. A wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. After so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, it's a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture our memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we do will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. You've busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigations, Shell? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. Whoa. Do you recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. That I now feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. And so here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid of anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. Some few of us will stay here for a while as it happens. We made several interesting breakthroughs, and we have no shortage of mysteries into which we would delve. Then be welcome as honored guests for as long as you like. You are and you always will be my cherished comrades. Calix. Of course. I'm your jump scare now.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage.
Saos? No, I haven't tried it. I want to try Returnal one day.
One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments. But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan?
Hey, Dudot. Welcome.
I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path.
Get fucked.
Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Asian! Asian! Asian!
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell. Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our winter peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer. In Memoriam. Did I get a title? The Promise of Tomorrow. Well, it's not better than my title, Chocobo Trainer. Calix demonstrated knowledge of all primal summoning concepts. Discovering such techniques for independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully some hint is to be found amongst the remnants of Preservation's works. It is time we begin a full investigation into the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling out on your help in that endeavor ere all is said and done. On a personal note, I should also like to learn more of the Milala. The lore of the Forgotten People will be indispensable in furthering my research. I wonder what Otis and Zelenia would think of my becoming the Queen of Alexandria as it is now. Doubtless they will be pleased yet, knowing them, also beset by worry. As the memory lives on inside me, so shall I strive to rule as they advised me still, with a calm heart and a mind open to counsel. We've compiled a summary of events and submitted our reports to Ojika. As representative of the students of Baldasian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared with the forum. In less official matters, I'm glad to see Krile find a satisfying end to our personal journey, though it appears our appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. The Alexandrians adopted our techniques so quickly that they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. You'd be surprised at how many epoxy practitioners were trained now. Angelo too has been looking rather proud of his efforts. We're going home.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calix be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did. That being the case, Alize and I have come to a decision.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria, a necessary step to ensure lasting peace. Then, we shall return to Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calix's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Dawntrail is over, now it's time for the next chapter, leading to Evercold.
Do let us know if you turn anything up.
What?
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now. We'll meet again, of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
Could have let me know in time to see you off.
And pull you away from more important business. Perish the thought.
You're my friend, Ba.
Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know I've detained the fugitive.
Hehe.
He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
That boy. We should make for the harbor ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
What? Now? I haven't finished packing.
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for use.
I have several ideas, as it happens.
Ever aligned in purpose, if not execution.
Lest you wonder, Krile and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
Y'shtola.
To continue our study of the key, naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share. Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
We're on our way to prepare the ground for a new journey. cool. Pas cool. You heading to the back room? Yes. Day in, day out, just concentrating on what's right in front of me till I've created a piece I can be proud of. That's what life is all about. Right. Sorry. Back to it then. These two ain't going to hop up and do the job themselves. You want another energy tonic? Eager as ever, our Alfino. I do hope he has thought this through, particularly where his sister's wrath is concerned. She may know full well no amount of complaint will dissuade him, but that doesn't mean she won't still give him an earful. I'm told that Shell is the new leader of Oblivion. There is none better suited to carrying on Kafkiwa and Jihad's legacy. Feels like an age since we last met here. Like 2 minutes. It comforts me to know that some of you will be staying. I would feel rather bereft should you all go at once. Oh, my neck! What news then, Am? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. While leaving, boys. That eager to be on their way, are they? There's no new adventures to be had here. I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion after all. And there I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. Well, I'm curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle is in place. The majority of the files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computers finish with them. Le computer. Besides the lack of friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, won't be getting any answers today. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Then shall we depart for Tuliolul forthwith? Even Namati's strength has its limits. Without further delay then. We're off, bitches! Dude, I've only played FF14 for like weeks. Dun, 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 dun. This is a great city to live in. It's been a pretty good expansion. Ra seems preoccupied with a matter of great import. Perhaps he's contemplating a prayer to Limlaen for their safe passage. What sort of tacos could I get on the way back, do you think? The aroma is too tantalizing to ignore. Despite her protestation, I doubt Alize would keep us waiting long. Wish we had some of this sea breeze inside the dome. We could perhaps simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. Tuliolol is a delight to look upon. They hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. Koana and Glolja weren't able to make it, but both send their regards. I wish we would all not make such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional partings. At least Alfino and Alize were considerate enough to inform me of our plans in advance by Link Pearl. Some people we know would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until I finish our preparations.
There they are.
You look well. No lingering effects, then?
Ah, I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Galudra faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies. And Guluja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolo. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me. For the entire nation of Tuliyollal. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Ever since I introduced you to Wuklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Many of them her fault. Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude.
Kafkiwa.
Without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
Safe journey.
Tataru has been missing this entire expansion bar.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
Come back soon!
Take care!
was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Oh, we're here. Why am I not in that boat?
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right. Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tulihiola. I'll give you the grand tour.
Grand tour?
I guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural. I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
It was pretty cool. I'm glad you've become a true ruler. What the fuck?
The Lance Guard is looking for you. It's sparring time.
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already. Everyone's waiting to see the vow of resolve in action.
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
And thus do they take to the winds.
To follow their own paths in their hearts, as they should.
Into the mist. What's next, fellas? I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. Kafkiwa would be glad too. For our many meetings and parties, we have few enough opportunities to properly say our farewells. It was pleasant to take the time for it. Though a delight in companionship, solo journeys too have their appeal, and travel by sea is relaxing. With Alice and Alfino spreading word of Alexandria, we shall soon have a chance to establish relations with our nations. I must make ready to treat with our leaders. Now it is our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction, and there is a matter I should like to discuss with you. What the hell? The key, no? If I may, I think it prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue. Maybe she wants to go swim.
Tis truly a beautiful place to roam.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did. Oh, that's right. I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world.
She's from the nymph.
The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real. experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality. And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, but as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Yeah, that would be
Agreed.
cool.
My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Asian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent.
Oh.
This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to
Yeah,
survive.
FF9 it was a mist. That was Lindblom also.
The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Yes.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, 'twas Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
Yeah, the Alexandria dungeon.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond.
Huh?
Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing and nowhere was spared. If anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Living memory remains physically in the Ninth.
Yeah.
If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent.
We're going to FF9, boys.
Can I ask you something?
Crybaby, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much.
Transported here
Whoa.
despite being
Hello
a top
Enzo,
evidence.
Crybaby, Sonomas,
In which case,
Gamer Girlfriend,
it may have
Egg,
been a physically independent space all
Young
along.
Skywalker, Navy Dave.
Meaning another point of egress could well exist.
Do you have this emote? That's a great emote.
And if it does, someone has to be made.
Thank you everyone.
The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Thanks some FF14.
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know?
You needed me? Why?
If it please your majesty,
We have this
will you
emote.
accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would feel much more assured with you at our side.
The only person who made a video about this fan game was talking in French. Oh yeah, you should. Well, should have used the auto-dub feature on YouTube. That's the shittiest feature of all time. It's so fucking hilarious. I would miss it for 2 words. I would hate to see obliterated by some lightning beast. Anything for you, just save a word.
I thought as much. Into the great unknown we go then.
You know, it's a surprising amount of times you need my French skills. My French translator skills. Remember when you asked for me to translate something in French, it was in Latin. Like what? Like, come on, bro. I'm sorry, Crybaby, I did. You still did for me. I still did, but I didn't take Latin classes. I'm sorry. To advance the key of the Milala, there is much to be learned. Surely we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Oh yeah, Off was great. I played the fan translation in order to beat Off. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of a nymph is limited to the storm surge and passing mentions of Lindblom. That being the case, a foray across the Mist Continent will be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. I love Off, I got to beat Off because of a remake. Yeah, you played the remaster / remake. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes anathema to life, yet man is a resilient creature. If there is a way to survive, then we surely find it. The mechanical soldiers won't hesitate to answer their queen, let us hope that they're useful information. Raiders, can you judge my character? Okay, we can move on. Cute, thank you. Now that's settled, I'd best be off. I still need to check for decryption error periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then. Did you play FF9, Crybaby? This is the Final Fantasy IX themed expansion. Let the rest of us make ready for a potential foray and meet at Lenod Mnemo. Top played in my sleep, but I remember nothing about it. Damn. You should play it again. Weren't you playing FF8? Oh shit, my neck! My neck! When my neck hurts. Doesn't this place look amazing? Hell yeah. Final Fantasy June. Nier Reincarnation. I thought you couldn't play that one. Or do you mean the remake of Nier version numbers? Replicant. Remake. So you want to play as a twink Nier instead of Dad Nier? That's messed up. But you play that one version and I play the other version, okay? Though my mind knows better, I still feel uncomfortable around these mechanical soldiers. I play Hunk Nier, even though I play a twink in this game for some reason. Drakengard 3? Oh shit. I saw you play and then I saw some disturbing stuff. I'm like, dude, back in my days in Drakengard, we only had to kill children, you know? Child soldiers. Sven has found us a suitable source of information, sparing you the duty for once. The atmosphere is certainly less grim than when I last visited. I cried my eyes out like 5 times. Oh damn. Maybe I should play it then. I need to play the second game, Drakengard 2 first, and then I'll get to 3. But it's on the list. This clerk has made itself available to answer our questions. Clerk PX0093. If one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its lateral suspension systems. Thus, both lift and lay node-based transit is currently unavailable. Apologize for inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps living memory was never intended to function this state infinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and lay nodes were likely the preferred mode of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate the facility? Consulting emergency systems. Living memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should the evacuation be necessary. Would your majesty like to appropriate it? An airship. Yes, please, as soon as is possible. With your majesty authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. I'm so sorry. Maybe. With an airship, a large number of Alexandrias could be evacuated at once, regardless of the situation below an excellent contingency. It never occurred to me that there might be an airship here, how fortuitous. Though I am nervous about what we might find below, I'm glad we found the means to get there. As Queen, I must bear witness to a truth, however terrible. As I thought, now what awaits us below, I wonder. Safety tests have successfully been completed, setting the gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. Yo, we got the Thingamajig dirigible. Is that my ship? Oh yeah, that's hers. It was purpose-built for living memory. However, it was modeled after a vessel your majesty used during the storm surge era. La replica, still it does me good to see it. Does me good? I will deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. In order to reach the surface, we must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you to brace for turbulence. And this is how everyone dies. Yeah, this place is kinda doomed though. The warding scales. The ward Alizé gave me is reacting. We'll note the extent of the 13th. Ferritic imbalance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon one the marvel of a barrier. The barrier. The lightning in Heritage found is tame by comparison. A land where Levin reigns. Ramu? The warding scale is truly a godsend for those of us who have the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to Vitra and the Hanish alchemist once more. The state of this reflection zephyr is more dire than we anticipated. I should be surprised if the Ascians had no hand in the war that wrote this. The crater was once Alexandria. A sobering sight to say the least, but I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. There are no structures, nor any other signs of survivors that I can see. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to increased risk of flooding. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandria territory, the closest city would be Treno. Treno! FF9! Should it survive, as a city-state built on a harbour, it was a nexus of trade, it remained neutral for Doha, where Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in their neighborhood, so to speak. Not unlike our rats at hand. Ah yes, I've spoken of rats at hand before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Milala homeland, correct? Funnily enough, it was also Treno where the Milala first found a home in our world. Truly. Yes, and though the Milala population elsewhere grew, most continue to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Clear PX0093, is this ship capable of taking us to Treno? I shall run a flight simulation for the route to Treno. One moment. Simulation complete. There is a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to omelette lightning. My apologies. Oh well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, we shall have to walk. Treno lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes that spare us having to climb. That cave system, for instance, assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. It's cool that we're going on an investigation. That's pretty sick. Hopefully I spent much of my time hunched over reports. A brisk trek across the western shall make for a refreshing change of pace. Eager though I am to seek new discovery, the prospect of walking in circle for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have Sven. The place where my people first arrived, and I shall soon see it in person. This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in, might you stay alert for beasts as well, given the barren surrounds are surely ravenous. Mistwake! Oh shit, that's a dungeon, literally, okay. Alright. Let me go to the bathroom and then we'll go dungeon time, okay? Thank you everyone, thank you. I'll be back in a few minutes. Go take a walk or something, I don't know, man. My neck! Oh shit, my neck, I cannot stand up. Yo, we got a shot of a squad. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I speak so confidently of a Milalas connection to Treno because my tutor Top Hut hailed from the city. Another reason to hope it has survived. I am anxious and hopeful in equal measure. It is a strange feeling. Whatever lies ahead shall give us more insight into the state of a nymph. There should be little reason for anyone to have passed this way since Alexandra's displacement. Let us pray loose rocks are the worst we must contend with. Okay, then it's time to go then. Well, that's her story, so Krile, so let's go like this. FF9 battle theme. Dun, 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 dun. Sick. Dun, 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 dun. I guess it's time. Okay. Ah, shit. Oh, these enemies are from FF9. I ate with food. This cannot have been abundant since the war. Okay, let's use AoE.
Hold still.
All right. Oh, I'm full.
Hold still.
Ok, boss fight time. Boomst. Catoble passe. Oh shit, my neck. Oh. I don't know, I'll try this one. Okay. That's kind of a disappointing boss, I feel. There wasn't much to it, I think. Oh. Brother. They love going crazy with this dungeon design. I need to go through here. Hell yeah. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Looks awesome. Okay. What? Oh. I need my pillow cushion. My neck is still super hurting. I'll try to get closer to my keyboard so I don't suffer as much. This was in FF9, I think. I remember a model like this. Okay. Okay.
I'll shield you.
Oops. Press the wrong button. Nice. Okay, we're getting inside traîneau. Well, we're getting attacked. No matter how many come, we fight hand in hand forevermore. Who in the world are you? I mean, thanks. Yeah, but like, who the fuck are these people? What the fuck? Let's have him. There are Milalas that can use arcane magic. Thanks for the help. Damn beat. Still got all my limbs. Oh wow. Dude, this guy just got smoked. Where does it hurt? Right, ouch! We got in the middle of this place being attacked. Pourquoi lo ver lalas? Ok. Thundergus Griffin. Nice. Bon. Ouh. What's the difference? Okay, I deserve that one. I thought it was a little spot where I could stand. Oh shit, that's funny. I'm kind of lost when it comes to this. When it comes to the lines, like I know I have to look at the orbs and like the arrows, but where they point. But these are the kind of mechanics where I always get lost mentally. I should be fine around here. Storm Surge. Ooh. I don't know what the storm did. I should be fine here. Okay, so it throws additional lines. Boom! This was a cool final dungeon boss. Oh, FF9 fanfare theme! Whenever exposed, the barrier is keeping the lightning at bay. No more screams, I wager that's a good sign. What are they injured? Are we needed to heal them? Treno is safe and has been all this time. Yo, what does it look? How does it look? Okay.
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers, were we being watched?
So the city endures, and it is in much better shape than expected.
Impressive. considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors.
Only years? Oh my god, a gang of Lalas.
I am Krile, the Mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now. Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day. And sure enough, I'd swear, you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. Though you must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
Wow, that's a whole story.
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting parties sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but first, Might I ask your permission to remain in Treno for a time?
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sven's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, a tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection?
Of course not.
With your permission, then. But before we go... allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Krile, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
You may now use mounts within Treno. Yeah, it's a whole ass place. These days, Miyalu was using it as an emergency shelter, but the history books say it was originally an auction house. I reckon that's why it's so fancy. And you got this place, this is the Yeah, I remember this place. I enjoy the flowers, what we plant doesn't always bloom, but I think lifting everyone's spirit is more worth than the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, some relievers weren't trampled by a beast, they took ages to get looking this selfie. Yeah, alright. Hey Gravity. They even got the theme. I like the fanfare was the same as FF9 when you beat the dungeon. That must be Lumul. Heavens, I can smell the herbal aroma from here. None of the locals we've passed appear terribly distressed. As Finn surmised, incursions must be a common occurrence. Well, if it isn't our new friends, thanks again for making short work of our foes. Well, if they had a barrier, they could survive, I guess. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want me to help? Odd, but I consider it. Before anything else though, I must insist you drink your signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You might find it the tiniest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you alright. Just tip it down your throat. Okay. How bad could it be?
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Shower.
Got that right. Don't worry, the tingling means it's working.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
Oh, I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup Lena used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there is no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure.
Huh?
Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
I see how drinking that would be unifying, and it is impressive that you have maintained the tradition here, so far from the last native lands. Given its ability to counteract lightning's influence on the body, that remedy could be of use to the people of Alexandria as well. I am certain the Mool would be more than happy to offer it to them. Forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lumul. That was me announcing our victory earlier. And since grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno may have. My favorite kinds of works include testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ah yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way out to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind. And you already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist-Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It just is not every day to look at visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know it must come as something of a shock, but it is our first time in Treno, and we would like to get to know the city and its people. That is why you propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the Finns made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear though, even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that, thank you, Lemol. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this badge. I deliver some to Town Hall so you can attend to harass you haven't seen yet. Like Mihaili, Lumul seemed taken aback by mention of Alexandria. Perhaps that friends or loved ones who disappeared along with it. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with locals while ensuring everyone receives a remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Of course, I haven't had my fill of conversation yet. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful, let me divide this up. Then why don't you make rounds of the southern part of the city? High and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. Oh, I don't know you. Hello, please don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limits. Not only to you, of course. It just has a lot of damage, and it's dangerous for anyone to pass at the moment. In general, you should probably stay away from any of the streets that are in need of repair. Just a suggestion, but please do. You must be one of those visitors we will mention. Odd place to be visiting, though. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose of discharge energy from my trouble. It brought on the living sickness something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pairs that are highly charged with lightning ether are the most valuable, of course. Tend them with the right stuff and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will all be put to good use, thanks again. Our history said that when large creatures broke through the barrier, our bravest fighters would launch themselves into their backs with a trebuchet. Who have you to thank for not needing to revive the tradition today? Oh, this is the place that goes to the mentor of oh no, actually it isn't. Oops. Oh yeah, coin-based superstition. And this was in FF9. We that mighty monster slayer so earlier, it's an honor. And you wrote Sleepless Rhapsody, bless you, I'm dead on my feet after that battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp though, so in a way I'm glad for it, and I learned a thing or two from watching you. Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. The fruitful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. Now I must face my true nemesis, circles. They're so hard to draw without making them more wobbly. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one, and was that in your hand? Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of Sleepless Rhapsody. I'm proud to say I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning effects. With as many heights as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible to find new varieties of herbs among the harvest. Okay, so they make do with that stuff. We have dodos. Braised birds mostly, they give us a good supply of eggs and meat, but more importantly their feathers make the softest pillows. finished your supply of remedy as well, have you? I expect the scent will linger on our clothing for days. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lomul's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned?
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Sphne's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any of the other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until stone by stone, a city rises.
A noble city with noble purpose.
Is all the matter, Lummel?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
What the?
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
It's over.
No, 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 she's going to kill me!
He's done for.
Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electro engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying? Please! I beg you! Please!
I suppose that's that then.
Save him! If Trinos barriers are similar in design to Alexandria, should we assume that electrop technology is standard here as well? Okay, give me 1 second, I need to go to the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. And my neck still hurts a little bit, so I cannot do too much. Alright. I didn't see Krile, I didn't talk to her. I should be fine. Breathe in, breathe out. The iron works.
Our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here?
Thank you.
Lummel, what did you do?
He's so dead.
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
Whoa!
I beg your forgiveness. I'm on my knees and everything, see?
That was impressive.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. You'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down.
We have plenty of it, no?
Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Well, we cleared that mine.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Yeah, we took care of this.
Just the one!
So, the mine is safe for mining again? Hooray!
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrobe over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany him?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
What the fuck? I'm bleeding from my ear. What the fuck? Okay, Graha -1, he left. But one in mind on another pair of siblings we know don't they? I misread the fuck of that dialogue, but... I totally forgot to ask your names, do forgive me. I am Krile and this is Denham. Hold on, I cannot use my headset since for some reason I'm bleeding from my ear. Okay. I am Krile and this is Denham. Accompanying Lumul is Gratia, our technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. Feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The volume of fixes I need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at the worst times, I swear. I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharge ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lumul has managed to break it yet again. I don't have this though. Toss some at a sprite and you can suppress its ability if it's ether nearby. That usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. So we need to fight them. We'd find it safer not to. When threatened, they'll siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I will hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. We'll want to split up again to cover more ground. Are we ready to go? I appreciate the help. I'll be here working on the detector while you're away. We can scan the area thoroughly using lightning sprites. Okay. See one? Landing sprites, the time to test your tossing arm has arrived. You're back. What, how many sprites? Just a handful on your route then, could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them, we're much obliged. Krile is taking a while. Being new to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Will you check on her? She started off in the direction of Town Hall. Okay, she's in no danger. Guests are always welcome. Miali also has us using it as an emergency shelter. Oh yeah, I read this one. Oh, there are several diminutive folk about. None appears to be Krile. Is that an Ivalice top? You're looking a mite lost here. What I can do? What I can help with? Looking for a Milala friend of mine. Yellow hood. Milala, I've seen quite a few of them today, but if she's a friend of yours. I presume you mean Krile. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed that lightning sprite here, it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her that I got out unscathed. Bit awkward, striking up a conversation after that. It'd be a while since I talked to anyone haven't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like me Ali. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. When we were done chatting, she went off towards the canal, had a touch of melancholy about her though, and I wasn't sure why. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. Oh, she went to the canal to ponder. What is she doing so lost?
Were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear? The source and the ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it, remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with, but I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been. I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
You can't leave us, Krile. Do you really have to choose between one or the other? You can just spend some time here, you know? When you come back. Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. When I find it, I hope you'll be there. But we've kept Ayane waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. I understand that's like a lot of things to take in, you know? It's good that they're still developing Krile. And what paths she wants to take. The understanding of Treno, the countless small actions taken by myriad people every day are what make a place what it is after all. Catch both, safe and sound. Now we can't relax until my brother does the same. If a friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hewn and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the storm surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
One second. Grandmother used to tell us stories of Milala homeland all the time, but it was the part where the ocean froze over that always fascinated me most. The vast open sea turned to us. Imagine. Oh yeah, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was a haha, but how much trouble is that precisely? One would think we ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Miali's curiosity is sated? For a moment. I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter, in fact. It seems she knew the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Ra's return. As we speak, Miali herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. I was uncertain if should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandra's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. Have a mind to re-establish diplomatic relations with Reno, but it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The least of it is that any travel would require passage fructural. To begin with, I shall have to consult with Gosan and we will resolve. Passage fructural. Oh, because the sky deep c'est noté. If Milala had Trino immediately after fleeing the source, I can understand how its mayor might be privy to knowledge of the key, particularly when that mayor is Milala herself. Alexandria, the key on the mountains, the one that vanished. I wonder where your lot came from, but it wasn't my first guess, or my fee for that matter.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say. Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
Huh?
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelter. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter. The Dawntrail is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter.
What?
The Dawntrail? Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war?
Oh shit.
You know of it? I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom Train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails.
You already had one
Doom
Train
some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents. I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
Don't worry, bro. We are actually the best.
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head on. That's madness.
This. He doesn't say this. Trust me, we can handle this. We have no other choice. Well, now I have to do it.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that's stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom Train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counteroffensive. Is that your proposal?
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save Ayane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Oh.
Lumel.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
He's got a lot of courage. Well, it is not in our nature to stand idle at a time like this. We should first consider how best to apply our individual skills. If anyone can stop a speeding weapon of war, it is Denham, but we may also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. And if its influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There is no telling how many will charge Trelo's gate, so we should prepare for worse. Perhaps Ishtola and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Denham, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed. Alright, it's time to fight a train. I hate to say this when you barely had the chance to enjoy the city, but you really need to leave before the Doom Train gets here. There's only so much we can do. Don't worry, son. I'm charging in front of the Doom Train. Oh, I'm so sorry, I thought you were a Doom Train. Not because of anything about you in particular, of course. I'm sure you're not at all terrifying and murderous. I might be. There's an NPC there normally. Thunderous heavens, what are you wandering around here for? I've gotta get this bird stowed away before I can go to town hall myself, but you should run for your life. Leave Doom Train to me. I've got what it takes. Quick, how many cans you've got? Toss them all in. We could use all the luck we can get. I really could have gone for the Doom Train attack today. Right, the place we're headed is the Bentini depot. Although Trello has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. First, we'll be taking over cargo. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. The cargo is equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee your safety during the ride. What happens once we get to Bentini? Well, that's your problem. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. It's time to fuck up a train. Where we call home. Ready? Then our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make for Bentini with all haste. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep any limbs you're attached to, and we'd like to remain attached to inside the vehicle.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it will plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Don't worry, little bro. Hell on rails. Using our onboard system, I should be able to monitor you from the locomotive, and you'll be able to hear me. Okay. Please. I need to repair my stuff, I think. Well, I don't care about repair my stuff. Okay. Okay, thankfully I have my guild to help me. One Dawntrail. This is gonna be fun. That's a pretty good part of the game, Treno, I mean. It's a good, less intense part after all that happened in 7.3. Ocean fishing. Dude, my fisher is like level 13, what the fuck? I usually to wait for someone to finish their duty. They wanted to join, so... Voilà, Tito sacrifice duty. You must have wiped. That's the life of being a DPS. The Dawntrail is gonna pass by. Oh shit, I gotta enter. Bah. Vemis will be free on Seat of Sacrifice, I fucking knew it. Oh. You're just waiting. Oh, I can do level cap dungeons now. Expert, I need one more dungeon. Where's my phone? Well, failing LB3 3 times in Seat of Sacrifice is actually insane. Well, next time I should have gone as a healer. One day I should learn to play this game on controller in preparation of evolved mode. Evolved. Yo! Can do that. Okay. Oh, that's the FF9 boss theme. Space cat.
We're in it now! I'm counting on you!
What was I supposed to know? Whoa!
The black car! Hurry! Oh, good luck!
What is this platform?
Use the transport panel to get up there!
Oh. This is crazy! What? Huh? Okay, this mechanic is nuts. I'm getting run over!
What's in them? You're still on board, right?
What do you mean arms?
Ethereal! Arms?
What the fuck?
I have to disconnect the car! Quick! Jump on the next one!
Look at this, that stuff. No! Oh, okay. Bon. That was great. Dude, that's like the best trail EVE expansion, bro. Holy shit.
Phew. No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime. But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train! Well, mostly you did. Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure. As I feared, stray beasts to the south. I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
Oh, it's a duty. What the fuck? This never stops. I have to believe that A&A will be safe with your comrades who will attend to matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded you try not to jove them, alright? Okay. I guess it's time then.
No!
Boom, painted.
Can you stand?
Yeah, yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall.
Oh!
I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
Let's go, Krile. Comment tu places her?
Best make sure the evacuation route is clear first.
Okay. That's the first time playing Pictomancer.
Done. Now to aid those people by the canal.
What the fuck?
Help is on the way!
Holy. Oh shit. Get to safety.
There may be other stragglers.
So this is how it means to play à l'Alafel. You feel so fast. Boom, painted. I was so scared I couldn't even move, still isn't it? My wife and I will be making for Town Hall straight away, you have my word on that. If you're determined to check on everyone, I won't complain, but do be careful.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no!
Oh, it's burning!
Our home! First things first, the fire. Take a leaf out of Y'shtola's book.
Oh, these ones. Does you put the fire out? How will I ever thank you? Now that we know it won't be spreading any further, we cannot take shelter until this is over. What sort of magic was that? I've never seen the like. Oh, it is, yes, I'm going to run away. We can talk about it
Not
later.
a moment too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
Somebody help!
A voice. Further out.
Yo, we're gonna have them.
I'll
Come
take
here,
care of this.
bitches.
Make for shelter.
Boom. Sketch your ass so hard they die. Holy. Son. Where's my swift cast?
How many are there? Is that all of them?
Whoa. A behemoth.
A behemoth!
I bet he's us every day in Labyrinth of the Ancients. He's giga charged. Y'shtola!
You cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're
Good,
all right.
superb, good. Hell yeah, huh? We're on the way. We're here.
Ayani has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will. Together.
Maybe I should learn Pictomancer, you know? In the coming battle, you will fight as yourself. Greater Behemoth. Oh well.
I can still fight. I can.
Have no doubt.
Whoa. Pretty fun, yeah, I hope so. I like Viper also. Viper is pretty fun. He's gonna cast Meteor at the end, right? What are we going to do about this? Okay, this one is the not fast one. No! He got my ass, I didn't know.
Thunderheads.
Keep away from the clouds. If I never see another storm.
Nowhere is safe with so many of them.
What are you guys doing?
Friendly winds, if you please.
What are you doing? Oh shit!
It worked.
That's pretty sick.
How fortunate that bird made such an impression.
Boom. Combo. Huh. Oh, meteor.
The levin grows more volatile. Something is coming.
The meteor.
Ball lightning. Yishkola, Steam, lend me your strength.
The two of us will disperse these balls of lightning.
Okay, we will. I guess. Let's go, Ra.
Just keep the lightning at bay a little longer. Take cover behind the Spriggan.
Okay. How sure this is going to work? Oh shit.
The tide is turning. Press the attack.
Mais Krile is being gotten right now. Ooh.
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Yeah, she went crazy. Oh, how you've grown. I should have picked the first option.
Flatterer.
What is it?
Brings a tear to my eye.
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
Get smoked. Zapped his ass.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Dawntrail has been destroyed. Last but not least, the Yarnes fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore! This calls for a celebration!
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them.
All of them are safe.
Alila?
Oh.
Krile. Does the name Alila mean aught to you?
My mother. Did you know her?
Grandmother?
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale. You have no cause to fret, I promise you. While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him, there's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
That's a great patch for Krile believers. Exhaustion aside, Krile sustained no injuries when he was over. To think Miaili knew Krile's mother, I too am eager to hear the details. After that battle, I think you will require a moment. You had better get some rest too, I mean it. Well, I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of half the city. I'm not the worse for wear, thanks to Ishtola. But what of yourself? If you have any hurts, you can tend to them now before we can see Miaili. Still, I'm perfect. Okay, I'll see the final quest of dispatch. Curious, isn't it? I want to know more than anything, yet part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let us go and have our answers. I really can't thank you enough for saving us from a doom train. You should have heard the cheer from the town hall at Lumbul's announcement. Did you hear it? It was pretty loud. I found myself feeling anxious on Krile's behalf. Our new friends, do you know why grandmother called us here? Both Ayane and I neglected to ask. It's alright, I'm ready to hear it. How are you faring? I hope you've recovered from a brush with the Doom Train. Did you hear something about the behemoth? Well, the key is to be the main topic of our conversation. There is no telling what else Miaili might reveal. I had every confidence Sumul would be safe in your company, but it heartens me to see him unharmed nonetheless. Okay, let's get to the bottom of this.
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the Speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role. Even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
She was. Which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
Me? To explore worlds yet unknown to us.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry. And what's more, there's your friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
By the by, do you have any records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Would that we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown.
Let's go home,
just
Krile.
that, well,
Let's go home. That's where your home is. In the source.
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key. As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next. Be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
That wasn't a lala. I wonder if Azem made the key. Krile là, c'est une adresse. If the idea is that the key chooses its bearer, to guide history in a certain way. This could be Azem with some kind of grand design, you know? Realize an address in some kind of plushie. Oh, it's you. Hello again. I apologize for not standing up to greet you. It's nothing personal. When I heard you were saved, my legs quite gave out, you see. This is the best NPC in the game. Last time she thought I was Dawntrail. Can't believe that you don't manage to stop the Dawntrail, fix the barrier and come back safe and sound. I did chuck all of my pocket change into a fountain for you. Do you think it helped? It did, thank you. Did he actually put everything? He didn't fell out. I don't think he could throw it as far. Treno, I'll always protect you. And I'll protect you. Wait, Krile looks like she just seen the first ray of sunlight on a cloudy day. I'm glad she found that which she sought. More. Lumul and Ayane have gone to summon the Vermilala we met from across the city. I can't believe her living relatives here. And that they make it seem so simple. Maybe it is enough to just be Krile. If Vermilala's records were in preservation's possession, I doubt they ever included them. That knowledge must await us back in Alexandria. That was a good patch. I like this patch a lot. So Krile, Maya, Baldation came from Treno.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Dawntrail. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Krile. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Oh.
Of course. Those words and our people will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart.
Oh. I'm gonna cry.
For bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Krile.
You too, Aunt Miaili.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends.
Can do anything.
We'll await your return, my dear.
This is a great patch for Krile stocks. Krile stocks infinitely up.
Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
Once you are back in Social 9, I should like to relax for a hot cup of tea. If safe and reliable airship travel to Treno were possible, it would cut down on the length and danger on the journey. But we're still in the nymph. It hardly feels like it up here. What I wonder. It feels like a bit like I'm dreaming. But even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I am more certain than ever that Cheryl's work will yield vital insights into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. If you don't mind, but we first make our way to resolution. Gossan will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes, I apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be a part of our adventure, and Gossan will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. When we learned little about the Asians, our sojourn was more than worthwhile. We are back! According to the people of Treno, there are yet other settlements in the Nymph. We shall have to seek them out one day. Gossan hasn't won his regulator since his memory was restored. The experience must have affected him deeply. Ah, this explains much. I wonder what I had seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you have been? It's quite a long story. However, stellar your companions, traversing the mist continent with no knowledge of what waited was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it haven't done much. We have the opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a long-term ally. And as I did not in fact come to harm, all is well that ends well? Whatever. Should we feel compelled to go on any other excursion in the future, I expect that you will notify me beforehand. Yes, of course, it was remiss of me, I apologize. Hehehe. Juchi's call is most insistent. Nevertheless, whenever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. Shell. You're back, how did it go? You find a way out? Treno, I've heard the name, incredible that it's shelter of the Milala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives. They could be. The homework isn't done not yet, we will make progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review information available. Ah, she's excited about all this key info. We'll contact you as soon as we made some sense of it. In the meantime, might I suggest that our warrior of light get a good night's sleep or two? You never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. And Krile, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of proxies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating the living afflicted. I shall have to ask Y'shtola to instruct me. This is the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Earlier in Treno.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Who is that? Oh.
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal.
That's the voice of
Fearsome instincts to perceive me as a
Benedicta.
threat an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmerut!
Oh, dear me! Oh.
Awesome.
One need hardly be the warrior of light to notice you. You're far from subtle. As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am.
Yeah, those are stylish clothes, what are you saying?
Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian? Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing.
Ascians had no sense of style.
Besides, if one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you. Oh, Calyx, how you've grown.
What? Calyx?
Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again.
Yeah, I guess that works then.
And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much
That's the voice of
refuse.
Benedicta.
Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement.
I guess, bro.
I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment. For now that you've failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells. But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith. That my life's work might again bring someone's salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Ouais, mais Heidelin. Damn, son. Oh, my neck. Warmth heavy wears Kenny's vesting of partings, as we come to terms with an absence not soon forgotten. To tell those we hold dear what they meant to us and to wish them the best, we should seize that chance whensoever we can. Well, we'll just have one patch left then. And we will be caught up, I guess, with MSQ. Anyway, I need to rest. My neck hurts a lot now. But yeah, it's been good. Maybe I'll be back later after I had some rest and I ate something. But yeah, thank you. It's been a ton of fun. I like this patch a lot. 7.4. I really like that we got to visit Reno and like we learned more about the story of Krile. It was very, very good. Maybe my favorite so far, in terms of like story. It was very cool. And Dawntrail was amazing. Alright, thank you everyone, thank you, it was super fun. I'll see you later, alright? Have a good one. Bye bye, see you.